Good morning. This is Pat O'Connell. I'm calling to order the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission regular meeting on Thursday, November 16th, 2023. Mr. Cameron, please call the roll.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Present.
Commissioner O'Connell.
Present.
Commissioner Ellison.
Present.
All commissioners are here. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we'll rise and do Pledge of Allegiance and the New Mexico State Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, and see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Okay, commissioners, in front of us, we have a agenda that got
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of proposals. I would like to propose that regular action item number 2, dealing with the El Paso Electric Company revision of rates, be put in the discussion and potential action section, and I'm going to move to table that order. I have a alternate proposal that I was unable to submit in time and would like to have that on the agenda our next session. So I don't know if it's better to make that motion to table now or when we get to that item.
so I guess just discussion on that. I guess I don't see the difference between leaving it where it is and moving it.
That's fine. I would like for us to discuss that item, but I do intend to make a motion to table the order.
Yeah, I guess my real question there is I don't feel obligated to act just because it's on the regular action item. If
okay.
The result of the discussion is table or no action, that's okay too. So that's why I would. Okay,
that's fine. I'm perfectly happy to leave it where it is. And then for
item, we'll have that discussion that you want to have when we get there for sure.
Okay. And then for item number 5 in that regular action items, I will move to go into executive session when we get to that item.
Okay. But no change to the agenda?
No change.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any motions to make on the agenda?
No, I do not.
Okay, then I'm going to move we proceed with the agenda as posted.
A second.
Mr. Cameron.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there anyone here to provide a public comment? And I had checked with Mr. Rodriguez before the meeting and I didn't think anybody was registered. Has that changed or do we still have no public comment?
Mr. Chair, we still did not have anyone registered.
Thank you. And you have a wonderful voice for the voice from above.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so next on the agenda is announcements.
Are there any announcements from the Office of General Counsel before we proceed?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was just going to be brief and say that, especially since, some of the commissioners were out of town earlier this week, we had our first in a long time, I guess, 2-day CLE training on Monday and Tuesday. And just, express appreciation to, Choya Corey, our chief of staff, and everybody else who was involved in putting that on. I think it was really successful. For any of those out there in YouTube or Zoom land who didn't get to come, I encourage you to come next year. I'm sure we'll build upon our successes, and just to inform the commissioners that it was a very successful event, very well attended, great conversations and presentations. Commissioner Aguilera was part of that, kind of kicking it off, and it really went very well.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to hear that. And might become an annual event was the rumor I heard. So next up is I'm gonna read into the record a recitation for an executive session that we had since the last open meeting. So on November 9th, 2023, commission met in executive session, which was closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1 H2, meetings regarding limited personnel matters. I affirm for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited only to those specified in the notice and agenda for that meeting. Specifically, discussions regarding discussion and assessment of exempt positions, discussion and assessment of advisory staff applicants, discussion of hiring, promotion, assignment of individual public employees. I further affirm that no official or final actions were taken. So that's the recitation on that matter. Just wanted to also share that what we were doing was interviewing candidates for commission technical advisor positions. I realized that caption that we put on these meetings is a little too broad, so didn't want to cause any angst among other exempt positions in the commission. It was solely to look at and talk to candidates for commissioner technical advisor positions. Then on top of that, we've got 2 public sessions coming up between now and our next scheduled regular meeting. So the first one comes up on Monday, the 20th, docket number 22-00309 UT. That's New Mexico Gas Company's LNG CCN. We've got a public comment session. I'm happy that we're having it at the Sandoval County Commission Chambers in Bernalillo. So that's something that we're trying to do, is make sure we have public comment close to where the event that we're talking about is going to happen. So we're going to be in Bernalillo Monday night, Sandoval County Commission, starting at 3. It's scheduled to run till 7. But as the notice says, that if we've got more people that want to be heard, then we can hear between 3 and 7. That'll likely happen. So that's first. Second is on the 28th. So that'll be after Thanksgiving, but before our next meeting. We've got a workshop scheduled for the grid modernization rulemaking process. So that's going to be here in the Bochum building. Starts at 1:30 to 3:30. And again, if you'd like to watch, we'll be on YouTube. If you'd like to provide a public comment, you can attend in person or register using the instructions that are on our webpage. So that was my announcements. Commissioner Ellison, did you have any?
I do not.
Commissioner Aguilera?
No, thank you for those announcements.
Great. Next on the agenda, I have the honor of announcing Employee of the Month for the month of November 2023. So the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission hereby recognizes Robert Lundeen as PRC Employee of the Month. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then outside of this meeting, Mr. Lundeen will receive all of the whatever you get for being here. So whereas Mr. Robert Lundin serves as an attorney for in the Office of General Counsel at New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and whereas Mr. Lundin has worked at the PRC for 2.5 years, whereas his nomination states, even in my short time at the commission, it's hard not to see how much of a standout Mr. Lundin is in his work. Not only is his ability to stay on top of multiple proceedings commendable, but he's gone above and beyond in working to close the loop on past proceedings that he has not involved in. Being on top of these past proceedings is why I've heard him affectionately being called the Terminator this month. Whereas Robert Lundin continues to serve PRC with dedication and great ability, now therefore be it resolved, the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission of the State of New Mexico congratulates Robert Lundin on his selection as Employee of the Month for November 2023. And that's issued under the seal of the commission on this day. So congratulations, Mr. Lundin, and thank you for your hard work. Commissioner, did you have any?
Congratulations, well deserved.
Want to pile on that one? Okay, next agenda item is approval of prior meeting minutes. So I guess I broadly had something that applies to both minutes. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Byers for putting these minutes together. One thing that was just kind of interesting when I was looking at these minutes and caused me to reflect on past minutes is some of the items get more of a treatment in the discussion section than others. So I guess, Mr. Cameron, could you remind us what the process is for minutes getting to this point in the process? Does anybody from the PRC look at them before they hit board effect, or do they just hit board effect?
I think it's the board.
Okay.
They just hit board effect, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so I guess I'd request that let's get together maybe in our meeting planning section and try to come up with some guidance about what gets what kind of treatment in the discussion section. And then having said that, I know there were edits on both minutes for the block of text that's been provided in discussion. I don't know that it'd be efficient to resolve those edits here. I think it'd be better if we just all took a minute and did the red lines we might want to do to those discussion sessions. And then, so I'm going to propose just for discussion that we can approve these minutes, take a beat to work on guidance around what we want to see in the minutes, and then also do a red line on flip. And so I guess I'm looking to you, Mr. Cameron, because I know we do have an obligation to approve minutes, so.
Mr. Chair, we do have an obligation to approve minutes. I think we also have an obligation to approve minutes that are accurate. So I feel like if you want to wait and have some time to make them more accurate and also work out the process so that it's, we've got the minutes in front of us that are as accurate as they can be, I think that's a worthwhile thing to do, and that we can do that.
Okay, and then like I say, I think, I don't feel like rejecting these minutes is appropriate, so maybe this is a theme of this meeting. I'd say I'm going to move that we table the minutes for October 19th, 2023 regular meeting and November 2nd, 2023 regular meeting. And then so that's my motion, move to table. And then just a little bit of discussion is my expectation is they'll be taken off the table at our next regular open meeting.
I will second, and just for discussion on that motion, I did include some revisions in red line to, I think both of the minutes.
Yeah, thank you. You're a better man than me. I just like, holy cow, this needs some work. Was the comment I put in there. Okay, so it's been Moved and seconded that we table the minutes until the next open meeting. Any more discussion? Okay, Mr. Cameron, do you call the roll?
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye,
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Okay, so next item on the agenda is the consent docket. We have 2 transportation matters and 5 utility matters on the consent agenda. Commissioners, do you have any discussion of the items on the consent agenda?
I do not.
Yeah, so seeing none, I'm gonna move that we adopt the potential orders on the consent agenda.
A second.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye,
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Okay, so first up on the regular action agenda is gonna be led by our employee of the month, so no pressure there, Mr. Lynn. It's we're gonna talk about case number 2300353 and take it away.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll start off by saying thank you very much for the designation as Employee of the Month. That's not something I was expecting or was even aware that was going to happen. So it took me a bit by surprise, and I get a pizza party from that, right? Is that how it works?
You get more work.
I think a waffle party would be nice.
Okay, so I have a fun one for you today. In the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for approval of a purchase power agreement, energy storage agreements, and a certificate of public convenience and necessity for system resources in 2026. There are 3 orders that I have prepared for your consideration today, and additionally a 4th order with some sort of alternative language proposed by Commissioner Aguilera. And I'll go through each one of those just to make sure that we're all clear on what each order is doing, so that when we have a subsequent discussion, there's hopefully no confusion, because it's easy to get mixed up on which one's which. The first order, styled as order 1 or option 1, is your OGC recommendation. It would ultimately submit an inquiry to PNM, asking PNM whether it agrees to waive the review period deadline imposed by Rule 551 in exchange for a date certain of commission action of May 31, 2024. And if PNM does not agree, then it requests further information if PNM could agree to any other deadline after May 1st, 2024, just to afford the commission and parties additional time to consider their requests. I will call it option 1.5 or 1GA, but Commissioner Aguilera has proposed a few amendments to this paragraph, which would change the inquiry to PNM slightly. And when we get to discussing the orders, I'll let Commissioner Aguilera speak for his. Option 2 that was provided to you would find that there are 2 deadlines for this case. One deadline associated with the PPA and ESA requests, and one deadline associated with CCN requests, that being April 26, 2024 for the PPA and ESAs, and July 25th, 2024 for the CCN, which is of course extendable up to 6 months. And then option 3, this option would find for a number of reasons that the commission waives Rule 551 in this case. It would set a deadline of final action for July 25, 2024 in accordance with the CCN statute. That is, of course, extendable by 6 months. However, it would submit a directive to the hearing examiner in this case, which the hearing examiner's office had requested Hans Muller be assigned. It would submit a directive to Hans to issue a procedural schedule that would The commission would endeavor to issue a final action in this case by May 1st, 2024, which is PNM's requested approval date. But that the fallback would be if something were to occur or the commission needed more time, then the commission could take more time. So those are your options for today, and I'm sure we'll have a robust discussion about them. So I will stop talking now and stand for questioning.
Thank you. I guess one discussion I'd like to have is just if you could explain the difference between the two option ones.
Sure, and I will say that I guess it's not necessarily my preferred option. But to explain what it does, it revises this first option. That the first option is, as has been recommended by OGC, asks if PNM is willing to agree to waive the Rule 551 deadline, and it offers sort of an exchange, a date certain by when the commission would issue an order. And I feel uncomfortable with that and the precedent that it might create. And so I had included some revisions that try to more cleanly just ask PNM, are you seeking a waiver or not? And are you requesting expedited treatment? If so, by which date?
It really just changes how we propose the next step in the process, which is try to get more clarity on the date from the applicant.
Yes, and not necessarily, offering a date certain by which the commission would act. I think that in any case, an applicant can request expedited treatment, and the commission, may decide to meet that date, depending on the circumstances and, the workload and the resources that we have available. But I don't like boxing us into a specific date that is earlier than the statutory period might require.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess I'm not ready to land on which of the three items I might move to approve, because I'd like to hear from Commissioner Ellison too, but I also just want to observe that we're confronted with this date issue because a utility who was in control of when the RFP got issued, in control of negotiating the contracts, in control of setting the implementation dates of the contracts, then submits this application where you've got two different dates available and includes in the application what I'm taking as a threat that if these aren't approved on a certain timeline, that the contracts might be null and void because the dates that the utility negotiated are in the contract. So I respect that utilities have rights to make applications. I respect that we have legal requirements around how to handle those obligations, and that includes dates to approve the applications. But what I'd also like to understand, so Mr. Cameron, I'll get with you with a more formal version of this, but I'd like to get a memo from OGC. So if we're ever confronted with something like this again, and maybe it's applicable to this application, but in the memo, I'd like to see the legal foundation for a utility to provide reliable service. I'd like to see how that requirement is enforced by the commission. And then I'd also like to see if this kind of brinksmanship by the utility, where they're saying, if you don't meet my deadline, even if that deadline isn't the deadline that applies to my request, I'm going to have an unreliable system. Is that statement a foundation for a show cause order and sanctions by the utility. Because this is ridiculous, what we're sitting here looking at right now, and wholly caused by the utility. And they're arbitraging two different dates in the law and trying to make it look like if things don't happen on their self-negotiated terms, there's a reliability consequence. So if that's true, I think they're being irresponsible with reliability. So that's kind of my premise for wanting to explore that more. And I'd appreciate it if I could get a memo from your staff to help me understand that item better.
Can I just clarify one thing? One of these deadlines is in the law, the other one is in our rules.
Yeah, either way, they both have an impact.
Yeah.
And have to be respected by us. What I'm seeing is the utility using that to try to play brinksmanship where the loser is reliability. And that's their responsibility. They can't shift that responsibility to us. Okay, so that was my big speech. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any ideas on which of these three options you think is best?
Well, I would like to note that we've got 3 orders and 3 commissioners. So it's fortunate we don't have 5 commissioners. That being said, I understand that this is a thorny issue. My overall feeling about it is that given the different deadlines here with the PPA and having the commission rule on 6 months, and then the certificate of convenience and necessity having the up to 15 months in statute, that it would have been more appropriate to file this as 2 separate applications, because when it's filed as one, we have this deadline problem that either we feel if we're trying to work to the 6-month deadline, then we feel like we're rushing and potentially shortchanging our review of the utility-owned asset. And if we take the longer deadline, we have to suspend our own rule on the issue. So in my view, it would have been more appropriate to file this as 2 separate applications. And my proposed option 2 would do just that. It would just bifurcate this application into the one being the PPAs and the ESA, and the other being the application for the company owned asset. I would add, the commission's own rule 551 limiting the PPA review to 6 months. I see it as somewhat problematic because a utility could have 10 different PPAs and ESAs in an application, and that application would need to be reviewed within 6 months. So our own rule doesn't give us flexibility to adjust the timeline based on the complexity of the application. I guess, it is what it is for this particular application, but going forward, I see that as something that we might think about. I am also bothered by the regulatory end date in the application. I think the utility was aware of our rule and the statutory deadlines. And I don't feel that we should somehow shortchange our review of the company-owned asset because they've negotiated a certain date with a developer. I do think we should have a higher level of scrutiny for the CCN because the company has an incentive to propose a CCN or a company-owned asset that may not be strictly necessary for the system, whereas with a PPA, the costs are a pass-through for the utility, and there's really less incentive for the utility to propose something that's not strictly necessary. So I'm not prejudging the case at all with the CCN application. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive for the utility to propose a company-owned asset that may or may not be strictly necessary, and I think we owe it to the ratepayer to spend enough time to figure out whether it really is necessary, and we should not feel constrained by a deadline that the company has negotiated with a developer.
Yeah, thank you for that. I can shorten the list a bit. I'm responsible for option 3, but I needed to see it and was convinced that that's probably not the best of the other 2. I'm leaning towards one of the 2 versions of option 1, and you highlighted something important that is a problem with option 1. So the reason I was leaning towards option 1 is these resources are all being purportedly proposed for the same reason. So in terms of the need for the resource, the requests for proposals that produce the resource, all that kind of stuff, those are contemporaneous and happen at the same time. So I think it's actually more efficient to consider all of them as one, with the added wrinkle that if any of them are extra, it would be probably the CCN resource. So anyway, I think that we can't get away from reviewing the PPA and ESAs just because they're a different kind of contract than the CCN. It's more efficient, and I expect a better result if we look at all of them together in terms of why are the resources being proposed. They all have the same standard of, are they the best among reasonable alternatives? So hopefully the utility provided enough information to explain why the CCN resource is in that bucket. If they didn't, then the easy solution is you just deny the request. So that's why I'm leaning towards number 1, even though I hear you that maybe they're not the same.
Yeah, I was gonna have a similar response about these being proposed as a package. I think it makes sense to consider them together, and I think it's fine for the PPAs and the CCNs to be submitted in the same docket. I just believe that there should be some recognition that there are separate deadlines, and therefore the utility should request a waiver in this instance, which has been done before in a prior case. And so I think that both option 1 and 2 are viable. I guess the thing that I would note and, maybe see if Mr. Lundin agrees is that they're not mutually exclusive. I think depending on if we were to issue the order in option one, as I had suggested to see if the utility can clarify whether they are seeking a waiver, which I think they at least implicitly are, because they're asking for action on a date that is beyond what the 6-month deadline would have. And so if we could get clarification on that, and if they're asking for expedited treatment, depending on their response, we can still issue the order on option two.
Commissioner Aguilera, I would agree with that. Option one doesn't settle the issue of the deadlines. It just kind of, I wouldn't say kicks the can down the road, but it asks for more information so we can make a more informed decision.
Yeah, and then I'd have to say I prefer the rewording on, Commissioner Aguilera's edits on option one, because it at least starts to address what one of my major concerns was with adopting option one, which was self-rewarding bad behavior. That you can do something dastardly and then the commission will respond to that by giving you a choice. So I think asking him to clarify, especially knowing that then clarification gives us another bite at the apple, is my preferred route.
Well, I don't mind asking for clarity. I don't like the idea of the fixed May 31st, 2024 for all resources. I still think the option two of bifurcating is the cleaner approach, and it would be a single hearing examiner, and there would be some consideration of the package, even though it has been bifurcated with two different deadlines. But I'm happy to agree to asking for more information before making a final decision on that.
And Commissioner, just to be clear, I eliminated the May 31st.
Okay.
Okay, so I haven't had that discussion. I will move to adopt the order that's been discussed as option one with Commissioner Aguilera's edits.
I will second.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, this is Hans Muller. I just want clarification on one item. Does the commission want to hear from PNM first before we proceed with a procedural order? Or are you authorizing me to take the ball and run from here?
The clarification will be found in the order when it gets issued. Just for your edification, Mr. Mueller, the order does assign you as hearing examiner, so let's start there. And I guess just for future, if you could ask for clarification after you see the order, that would be great.
Chairman, may I make a comment?
Yeah.
Yes, so the order would direct Hans to issue a procedural schedule at his earliest convenience. Given that the deadline issue wouldn't be settled, I think there is, perhaps some confusion there from Hans' side of what sort of procedural schedule he would try to issue. Because I know he wants to issue an order perhaps today. But it's going to be hard to inform the procedural schedule without knowing what our deadlines are. So I don't know, Hans, did you have any other comment?
No, you've summed it up quite well, Robert, as usual. That's my concern, is if we're asking for further input, I cannot technically issue a procedural schedule. I can set a pre-hearing conference, which we normally, the procedural schedule comes out of that. But without, I guess I'm asking, does the commission want, once they receive input from PNM, does the commission want to review that again and approve it, or should I be handling that part of it?
Yeah, based on the discussion, we'd like to have it back. So,
Okay, just then
the order
I will be
says,
unable to do a procedural order until that decision is made, is the only point that I want to just infer.
correct. And again, this is a risk the utility created with how they put this together. So, I mean, I hear you feeling the burn of the deadlines on this case. And again, if they didn't make a clear presentation so it can be heard in the time frame that's needed, they created the risk of having their resources denied, and reliability is their responsibility.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, happy to, Mr. Mueller, just. Thanks. Okay, so next two items are Mr. Fisk. We have the first is case 20-00104 EPE rate case.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So this, of course, is the most recent EPE rate case on remand from the New Mexico Supreme Court, which, as you know, overturned 3 of the holdings that were made in the commission's final order issued in July of 2021. Excuse me, June of 2021. This has been before the commission a couple of times. The commission had initially issued an order upon issuance of mandate. That was the return of jurisdiction to the commission, which required EPE to provide calculations of the revised revenue requirement and revised rates, et cetera, based on the adjustments that would need to be made to come up to the correct revenue requirement as per the court's decision. As you'll recall, EPE did not provide those. Instead, EPE provided a recommendation that it be allowed to begin the booking of a regulatory asset for ongoing amounts, as well as for an adjustment, a retroactive adjustment with regard to the amounts of the increased revenue requirement that had not been collected for the period from the effective date of the rates that were approved in the commission's June 2021 order to the date that right through the present, and then ongoing right until the next EPE rate case. That was their recommendation, but they didn't provide, they provided some calculations, but not all the calculations needed to, that were actually requested by the commission. And so the commission issued another order requiring EPE to provide those calculations and providing notice to EPE that if EPE failed to do so for a second time, that monetary penalties would be considered. EPE did respond to that order by providing its calculations of the increased revenue requirement and the increased rates. And there was a response by staff and a response by joint response by the city of Las Cruces, Doñana County, and Mary Lee Souls. And all the parties agree that the calculation of the increased revenue requirement and the increased rates are correct. There is a dispute as to how much of the past amount of uncollected revenue requirement is recoverable under the law. That, of course, is the issue of whether including the amount that accrued as of from the time that the rates went into effect, the rates that were too low in June 2021 or July 2021, I think is when they went into effect, through the date that new rates are instituted that make that correction, whether that entire amount could be collected by EPE, or whether that would include an amount that would be an unlawful retroactive rate making. And staff and the joint respondents see the period from July 2021 through the date that the mandate was issued by the court returning jurisdiction to the commission as falling within the category if the commission allowed recovery of unlawful retroactive rate making. And I do as well. So the order that I've drafted would include the discussion that's very similar to the discussion and analysis that was provided by staff in its initial response to EP's calculations, analyzing two Supreme Court cases concerning the commission. There was a Mountain States case, and the clarification or gloss on that case that was provided in a subsequent case, US West, which, as I've said, and staff would agree, makes clear that the New Mexico Supreme Court would consider including that pre-mandate amount as, allowing recovery of that amount as unlawful retroactive rate making. So the proposed order that I've drafted would adopt staff's recommendation with regard to EPE's alternative recommendation. So when EPE provided the calculations of the revised revenue requirement and the revised rates, it included two recommendations. First was to do what I had previously requested, which is to allow it to book a regulatory asset for the entire past amount and then continue booking it right through the date of its next rate case, which apparently will not be until 2006 at the earliest, because EPE in its first filing said they weren't planning to file a rate case in 2025. And I assume that means they weren't going to file one in 2024 either. So it looked to me that 2026 would be the earliest date that they're considering filing a rate case. And they didn't commit to that. Commit to that either. So that they're making that recommendation as their primary recommendation, but due to the commit or in consideration of the commission's discussion of the commission's concerns at the most recent open meeting at which this was discussed, that allowing a regulatory asset to accrue during all that time up into 2026 with carrying costs at the weighted average cost of capital would be, the commission's concerns that would be adding a lot of additional expense for ratepayers. EPE has its alternate recommendation recommended that it said that it could be ready to institute the revised rates in January of next year, January 2024, and that it would just request a regulatory asset for the past amounts, but it would include the period that I don't recommend including the period during the unlawful retroactive rate making period. So that staff's recommendation is, to adopt EPE's alternate recommendation, except limit the time period of the adjustment, the past adjustment, to exclude the amounts pre-mandate as being unlawful retroactive rate making. I agree with that. Staff would also allow EPE to make the adjustment or do the reconciliation to its fuel clause that the commission did not allow in its final order of 2021. That was one of the overturned holdings. And I would say the commission should allow that reconciliation as well. I agree with staff on that. And let's see. I think that's it. I think that's the gist of it. And so I will take any questions.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Ellison gave us the preview that he has a alternate approach.
I do, Mr. Chair, I agree with allowing El Paso Electric to set new rates as of January 1st, 2024 that take into account the court decision, the reconciliation mandated by the court. However, where I have an issue is what has been specified in this order for the regulatory asset, and specifically the conclusions and statements about retroactive rate making, not allowing us to go back to take into account the period between July 2021 and June 2023. I believe that time should be taken into account. And my reasoning is, first of all, I view this more as reconciliation and not really rate making. The court has mandated an adjustment, a reconciliation to rates that the commission set in July of 2021. I do not see this as rate making, which to me involves a more comprehensive review of a utilities application, considering cost of service, considering a whole host of measures. So therefore, I would characterize this as a reconciliation and believe that it is not something that is prohibited. More broadly, though, even if one were to argue that this is rate making, I think that if we hold that we cannot make an adjustment for that period between the date the commission made the initial rate decision and the court's mandate in June of 2023, it essentially means that it nullifies the right to appeal. So the company, in a sense, has no remedy for that period between July 2021 and July 2023. And that means that they can never have an appeal that addresses that period. And to me, it makes the whole right of appeal a hollow promise, and it diminishes the rights of due process of the parties. I could easily see another situation where a consumer advocate in the case appealed a commission decision that we made a mistake in favor of the company, and that there needed to be an adjustment, a reconciliation that gave money back to ratepayers. We'd be in the same situation. The argument would be that we can't adjust for that period because it's retroactive rate making. I believe that sometimes precedent needs to be reconsidered, and I believe this is one of those cases. I believe that a court order to do a reconciliation should not trigger this mandate against retroactive rate making. I believe it should be an exception to this mandate against retroactive rate making. I did not have time to prepare an alternate order in this case, but my preference would be that we table this matter to allow me to work on an alternate order for consideration in our subsequent open meeting.
So just clarifying question, what do you see in this order that prevents the company from coming back later and adding on to this order an argument for the period that you're concerned about? I don't see where this forecloses that.
Well, I see in paragraphs 24, 25, and 26, under finding and conclusions, that the commission agrees with the conclusion reached by staff and the joint respondents that allowing recovery of the pre-mandate adjustments would constitute unlawful retroactive rate making. And I would say that if we could drop paragraphs 24, 25, and 26 that make these definitive statements about retroactive rate making, that that option would still be left open to us, that the utility could come back on a later date and say, well, what about this other period? Shouldn't we be allowed to also put that in a regulatory asset? So what is here is sort of what is not disputed. My concern again is that by having these paragraphs, we've essentially we're preventing that from happening.
And thanks for that explanation. I'm not enough of a lawyer to have an opinion on that. Commissioner Aguilera, did you have anything you wanted to discuss or any questions for Commissioner Ellison?
Well, I just think if we drop these paragraphs, then we're not responding to El Paso's initial proposal. And I'm just trying to think through what that would do. I guess I agree with tabling to, consider that further if you would, and if you would like to propose an alternate order, I'm certainly happy to read it. I think that your view is reasonable depending on which jurisdiction we're in, because some jurisdictions do treat the sort of the retroactivity differently. You know, I also wanted to table, but not for the same reason. I wanted to table because I wanted to more thoroughly respond to the joint respondents and a more analysis on their response.
Okay, do we have a motion to table then?
I move that we table the order that is before us on this matter.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a clarifying question? By moving the table, are you wanting to postpone the vote on this?
That was gonna be my question during discussion too. But yeah, so I guess right now, all we have is a motion to table, don't have a second. Let's go ahead and discuss it now. Table means, in my mind, we'll pick this up where we're leaving it off here. But meanwhile, there will be an improvement of more legal advice, more drafting. So we'll have a different order to consider. If it's better procedurally just to take no action today and put it on a future agenda, I'd appreciate your advice on that.
Mr. Chair, I think what you would want to do then is to move to postpone action on the item rather than table it.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellison, would you like to restate your motion?
I postpone action on the item. I move to postpone action on the item.
I'll go ahead and second, and then just discussion why I'm okay with that, and you know, we've got this exhibit from staff, which is very helpful. It shows very clearly the old adage that time is money. I was interested in getting this item moving just because of what Mr. Fisk said. You can see clearly if we don't stop the growth of this regulated asset, then we get eaten by a county. So let's stop that. Having said that, it's not, you know, I don't want to make this statement so people think that you don't care about every penny that it shows up in your bill, because I do. It's relatively a small amount of growth each month, so I feel like maybe if we can get this resolved at the next meeting, or you know, by the end of the year, I'd be okay with that. So I seconded the motion, and yeah, I seconded the motion, and then as I'm going to be pushing to get this on agenda as fast as possible at a future meeting. Did you have anything you want to say before we vote, Commissioner?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cameron.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to postpone passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. And then what I'm hearing, Mr. Fisk, is if you could spend some time with Commissioner Aguilera so we can, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellison, you can talk to him too, but Commissioner Ellison about a path forward, and you heard what the question was.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Great, thank you. Next item is Raton Natural Gas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you don't have a proposed order, a memo before you here. I did send an email yesterday recommending this be taken off today's agenda, since I didn't provide you timely with that. So, but today during the approval of the agenda, I forgot to remind the commission of that, although perhaps the commission wants to discuss the matter a bit. As I said in my email yesterday, I plan to propose a similar single signature order, because the order was going to ask the staff to weigh in on the calculation of Raton's energy efficiency rider. This is the case where Raton is proposing that it continue all the same energy efficiency programs that it already has in place for its plan going forward. So the question is, if the revised energy efficiency rider that they provided, whether that accurately calculates the amounts to be recovered. So, and that's something we could ask staff for in a single signature order.
Yeah, thanks. And I did leave it on the agenda purposefully. Main reason is, well, there's a couple, just preview of things to come. We've been working on a strategic plan, and one of our goals, I think, is going to be to help demystify the process. We've had enough instances over this first year where we've had things on the agenda, pulled it off. That creates uncertainty and mystery for the folks that we're doing these meetings for. So I'd like to get to where we're not pulling things off agenda. And then if it's worthy of being a regular action, this is more a comment for OGC than you. Okay, so trying not to be hard on the issue, not the person here, but if it's worthy of regular action and then it falls to it's okay to do single signature order, just kind of begs the question of why wasn't that proposed as a consent action item?
Mr. Chairman, I had intended to do so, and I think perhaps in my request for agenda items, I did not request as consent, but I had intended to put on a consent because I felt it could be done on consent. I think in my request, I didn't include a statement for consent. I think I included regular.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then hopefully that'll make your life easier, Commissioner Ellison, when you are single signature orderer of the month. So
I am, yeah.
okay, so I guess expectation that we're going to take no action on this item today. Expectation is you will work with Commissioner Ellison on single signature order for that case.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then just reminder to everybody, I know we're moving fast, got a lot of work. Think about whether you want to propose something for consent or regular. To me, this world of demystification, it's more legit to move something from consent to regular than I don't foresee ever going the other direction. So be careful with that. Thank you.
You, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
And then next item is Public Service Company of New Mexico's Renewable Energy Act Plan presentation by Alejandro Martinez. And it looks like he's trying to bolster his presentation with Employee of the Month.
Hello, Commissioners, again. So the Employee of the Month has an urgent legal matter to.
Well, I would say that is one benefit. You get to use that title until somebody else gets it, right?
So I have an urgent matter to address with you prior to my colleague here making his presentation.
Okay.
So first and foremost, I would request that item 1 on the regular agenda be reopened for further consideration. The premise is the order would set a response deadline for parties to respond to PNM's response December 1st, which is one day after the next open meeting. Presuming that we want to settle this deadline issue as soon as possible to help out ponds and help out the parties and the utility with getting the procedural schedule, which also impacts the notice that goes to utility customers. I presume that we want to have this issue settled by the next open meeting. So I would just recommend that we reopen this matter to reconsider the dates for PNM's response and for the party's response. And I think November 23rd and November 27th would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you for alerting us to that. I'm trying to get better at my Robert's rules. So I think we first need a motion to reconsider. So I will move that we reconsider action item 1 on the regular agenda.
A second.
Commissioner Ellison,
Right.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, and then just to make sure we are all on the same page as to what we're doing is.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk us through the paragraphs that you're proposing to edit?
Yes, sir. So this will be decretal paragraphs B and C of the order that was passed moments ago. It would change P and M's response deadline to the order to November 23rd from November 24th, which is just a change of one day. It would still give P and M 1 week to respond to the order. And then it would change the deadline for parties to file replies to P and M's response to November 27th, which is moving it up a few days, but it would make it so that we have parties' positions prior to the next open meeting in case that has any impact on the proposed order that I intend to bring for the 30th.
Mr. Lindeen, can you restate, please, the proposed date for P and M's response?
November 23rd.
So that would be a holiday?
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I have no problem with making P and M work on Thanksgiving, but there won't be anybody here to receive it.
Well, it also will go give them until the next day.
Well, yeah,
That's
November,
right, so. the
November
20
24th is also, okay.
Right,
So,
both 23rd and 24th are all.
given that it's a fairly simple 2 questions, November 22nd, if that's not a holiday. I think 6 days is sufficient for P and M.
Well, there is a local basketball game that day, but I don't think that's all. Okay, so is there? Are you revising your request for paragraph B to be P and M file response by November 22nd?
Yes, sir.
And leave November 27th for paragraph C?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Well, just one procedural thing on that. If it comes in on the 22nd, then the parties, in accepting it, the parties are not actually going to see it until the 27th, and that's the day we're asking them to respond. So maybe the 21st, I guess, is what I'm suggesting, so that we have time to process it.
Okay, yeah, it could be the 21st as well. I think if it's timely filed on the 22nd, then the parties would have record notice.
Okay.
Of it. So I think
I see.
either date would work, but to be safe, the 21st is a better choice. So we don't, considering the holidays, if we want to be more lenient for the parties.
okay, so I will move that we revise the order issued in docket number 23-00353 by editing ordering paragraph B to change P and M's response deadline to November 21st and editing paragraph C to change the party's response deadline to November 27th.
I second.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye,
Commissioner Aguilar,
Aye.
motion passes.
thank you for bringing that to our attention, Mr.
Thank you very much, commissioners, and sorry that I had to do that.
Okay, so now we're moving on to next agenda item, which is P and M's Renewable Energy Act plan.
Morning, Commissioners. So as Mr. Chair just mentioned, this matter concerns P and M's 2024 Renewable Energy Act Plan and revised rider. What is before the Commission today is a proposed final order that does 4 things. First, it approves P and M's 2024 plan. Second, it approves P and M's revised rider. Third, it grants a data filing variance request. And then finally, the order declines to adjust the Commission's rulemaking priorities within this docket. So unless the Commission has questions about the plan itself or the variance, I was going to focus my presentation on the revised rider and the rulemaking point, as that relates more to the disputed issues before the hearing examiner.
Yeah, that's a good plan for me. Please
Okay.
proceed. Thank you.
So on the rider, the main dispute around the proposed rider concerned how PNM categorizes its renewable energy resources and what it seeks to recover through this specific rider. So the short version is that PNM calculates categorizes its renewable resources by dividing them into two categories. The first category are RPS resources, which PNM adds specifically for RPS compliance. That's how they're categorized. And system resources, which are more generally added to meet the needs of the system. So they split them into two categories. This proposed revised rider only seeks to recover costs for that first category. So it's only seeking to recover costs for renewable resources that are categorized as RPS resources. An intervener, NM area, opposed this methodology, arguing that it violates the Renewable Energy Act by subjecting voluntary purchasers of renewable energy to the costs of compliance with certain RPS mandates, which under the statute, the utility may not do. So the proposed order goes into more detail on this, but the bottom line for the analysis, there's 2 points. The first is that the rider does what's allowed by the statute, which is recover costs of compliance with the RPS that are reasonable. That's plainly allowed by the statute. And the second point is that voluntary purchasers under the Renewable Energy Act are not going to be paying for that rider. And what I mean by that is they're not rate classes that are going to be subject to the rider. So for those reasons, this rider is appropriate, complies with the statute, and should be approved. So that's the rider point. The second point is this rulemaking. So on this question of how should utilities be allowed to categorize renewable energy resources for the purposes of riders like this, the recommended decision recommended that the commission publish a notice of proposed rulemaking on this issue in December. The final order does not adopt that recommendation. And the reason why the final order does not adopt that recommendation is the commission has a large regulatory agenda and regularly sets priorities within that agenda. I understand based on the agenda today that we're going to be discussing those rulemaking priorities potentially later. An individual docket is not the place to set those rulemaking priorities, and that's why the final order does not adopt that portion of the recommended decision. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Mr. Martinez, just to clarify, when PNM recovers the cost of a renewable generator through the RPS rider, is a voluntary purchaser such as the Rate 36B Facebook, or do they pay that rider?
They do not pay that rider. So the application provided a list of rate classes who are going to be subject to the rider at issue in this case, and the voluntary purchaser rate classes are not subject to that rider.
What is their main concern then if they're not?
So their main concern is that PNM, by not collecting what the interveners contend are all of the costs of RPS compliance through this rider, that through various other rates, they are in effect paying for the costs of compliance with these RPS mandates.
I see. So their concern is that they want more renewable assets to be classified as RPS.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly it. So the interveners in this case are not contending that PNM, the renewable energy resources that PNM is requesting recovery are not for RPS compliance. Their main complaint is that PNM is not asking for enough in this case. But there's no dispute that what PNM, the renewable energy resources that PNM is seeking to recover costs for through this rider, there's no dispute that those are RPS resources.
I think this really goes back to the discussion that we had at the beginning of the year about the RPS rate rider, that when this was adopted, it made sense in that complying with the RPS was something that was quite expensive. It involved solar resources that were 10+ cents per kilowatt hour, and were not something that you would do if not for the requirement. However, today we're in a different situation where we're looking at 3 cents a kilowatt hour or less. They're something that they're economical for the system to add anyway. And so this distinction between what is classified as RPS and what is system sort of doesn't make as much sense anymore. It seems that if it's an economical resource, it's a system resource to me. And I guess that's what in part the RD was getting at in terms of a rule-making reconsideration, which we've taken out here with the thought that we need to decide our own rule-making priorities and not have them decided for us in an order.
Yeah, I agree with that perspective, and I do think those questions are kind of outside of the scope of this case, because here what we have to decide is the RPS plan is it sufficient to ensure compliance with the RPS mandates, and do the costs that PNM seeking through this rider, do they fit into that bucket of allowable costs? And here they do.
Okay, so seeing no further questions or discussion, I'll move to adopt the proposed order in this case.
A second.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilar,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so next up is the matter of New Mexico Gas Company's application for CCN. Mr. Martinez, you provided the order in this case, so I was assuming you're making the presentation.
So I am happy to make a presentation, though the proposed order was provided by Commissioner Ellison.
Okay, so I guess I'll turn the floor over to Commissioner Ellison to describe what it is that is embedded in this agenda item.
Yeah, I'm certainly happy to talk about it. I do propose that we go into executive session for a deeper discussion into the merits of this. I think, for the same reason that judges have deliberation, I think we would benefit from deliberation on this topic. That being said, I'm happy to outline the issue in open session and then take a vote on whether we want to go into closed session.
Yeah, I guess what I was hoping you could do is also just describe the issue for the public at the meeting.
Sure, absolutely. So really what we have here is that New Mexico Gas has made an application for an LNG peaker facility, which is essentially it would liquefy gas from the pipeline, store it in a large tank, and then have vaporization equipment that could convert the LNG back into natural gas and put it on the system. It would serve as storage that would be under the company's control, as opposed to the current storage facility that is where they have leased capacity in Texas, where they do not have control over the weatherization and whether the company may declare force majeure. The key issue to me here is that the company contracted with a third party company called Lisbon to do a siting analysis per federal regulations, which involve some safety calculations for the facility. No other party in this case did an independent siting and safety analysis. My view is that it would be reasonable for us to obtain that independent third-party review of the siting and safety. There is precedent for that. We routinely do that with New Mexico RETA, Renewable Energy Transmission Authority transmission projects, where we are required to review for reliability impacts. We have traditionally not have had expertise on staff to do those reliability impacts. We have required applicants to do the reliability study, but the PRC would choose the entity who is doing the reliability study. So a true third party. And what I'm proposing here would be the equivalent, where we would be asking a third party to do an independent analysis so that we could make a judgment as to have an independent judgment as to the siting and safety. But in this case, it would be at no cost. PHMSA has a LNG team that has expertise in this matter, and they are willing to do it. The only catch here is that typically it takes them about 120 days to do this study. They did one recently for the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin for a similar gas peaking LNG facility, and it took them about that much time. So it's something that we should, the timing is something that we should consider.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you have a motion you wanted to make?
I do, Mr. Chair. I would propose that we go into closed deliberative session to discuss this matter in further detail, and then come back into our open meeting once we've concluded that discussion.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, before we vote, I'm gonna make another motion. I move that we table this item. We've got a lot of people here. We've got a lot of agenda left. when we go into closed session, we don't know how long that's gonna take. So I wasn't gonna table it from this meeting, but just table it to the end of the agenda for this session, so then we can finish our meeting, and then if we vote to go to closed session, we'll do that after the rest of the agenda's been worked through. So do I,
I second to put this matter at the end of the agenda.
okay, so I think procedurally, we gotta vote on the motion to table, and then we'll come back when we get it off the table to vote to go into closed session. So the vote that I'm asking for now is on the motion to table.
Thanks for that clarification, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to add to the original motion to go into closed session, just to make sure I'm understanding, Commissioner Ellison would be under the authority of 10-15-1H3, deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. Okay. So this is for the motion to table. Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell.
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Okay, so next we're moving into discussion, potential action. It feels like now is a good time to take about a 10-minute break. So, if everyone's okay with that, and just, we will be on break until 20 till.
Great idea.
Okay, we're back from break, back in session. Where we're at on the agenda is item 10, discussion potential action. We've got a discussion item to be led by our Chief of Staff, Troy Corey, on the 2023 strategic plan for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. Take it away, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we're finally to the point that I think we've all been waiting for a couple of months now, and that is to consider adoption of the 2023-2026 three-year strategic plan. I have a small PowerPoint, so those who are playing along at home can look at the strategic elements as we consider them. You all have the narrative in front of you. That's the full document, and if adopted, we will make it prettier. It's also a version of, or a draft of it has been posted on the website. So again, those playing along at home can see. So I'm just going to take us quickly through. Can Zoom land? Yes. Okay. Take us quickly through the elements of the strategic plan, the high level. First, the mission statement, which is the commission serves New Mexico by ensuring safe operations and reliable utility service at fair, just, and reasonable rates, consistent with the state's legal, economic, environmental, and social policies. And I'm going to take a moment to digress just briefly. Again, for those who weren't as intimately involved in the process as you all were, this plan was created after, I want to say, 6 meetings of what we called the core team, which was you, the 3 of you, myself, Chief General Counsel, as well as all of our division directors and agency leadership. Then those products of the core team were reviewed by our review team, which was made up of personnel and staff, also leaders, but also just people from the agency. So we had a nice diverse perspective, put eyes on this. And then lastly, the feedback in between the core teams meetings and the review teams meeting were then worked with our facilitator, Mr. Mark Bennett, and a small group of drafting individuals who tried to incorporate the feedback that they received from all the very many places. So that's how this was drafted. So this is the mission statement that was workshopped through that process. The values and principles here, and I won't read the sub bullet points, but were decided to be public service, integrity and impartiality, openness and inclusivity, and excellence as the core and guiding principles and values of the PRC. The next strategic element is vision. And this came out to be the Public Regulation Commission will be nationally recognized for its culture of excellence, innovation, and forward-looking policies that advance New Mexico's regulatory, energy, and environmental goals. As our highest purpose, the commission and staff serve the public interest with equity, fairness, and objectivity. And then last but not least, and there are very many sub bullet points to this in the narrative, but what I have here is the 4 strategic goals under which all of those objectives that are contained in the narrative document would fall. And these are to create a mission-driven agency with a culture of teamwork and excellence, optimize internal operations, processes, and time management, provide leadership and regulation through implementing legislation and state policies, working with the industry and public to be a resource for the state. And 4th, demystify the regulatory processes, roles, and achievements of the PRC regarding utility services, telecommunications, and pipeline safety. As you've heard Mr. Bennett say many times in our group sessions, this is meant to be a living document, but these should be our guiding elements as we move forward through the document and through the next 3 years. I also should have mentioned at the beginning, and my sincere apologies, Mr. Bennett, for not mentioning this. he is online in case, as you discuss and consider this, you have questions about the process or questions about, well, really anything that he could be helpful with. So he has joined us on Zoom and is available to help answer those questions. And so with that, I would ask that you consider the strategic plan containing these elements and ask for I guess it's if we were in the legislature, I'd say a do pass, but I'm not sure that's the right motion here, but a motion approving or adopting this strategic plan.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for leading the process, and thank you, Mr. Bennett, for your help with this process. In terms of a collaborative effort, I really appreciated not just the number and scope of people that participated beyond just folks who work at the commission. We had stakeholders who provided very thoughtful comments at the beginning of this, and so the journey has been very good, and I'm very happy that now we're at the destination. So having said that, I'm delighted with what's been produced. We'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners if they've got any questions or comments, and then looking forward to, I know we've got at least one follow-up session with Mr. Bennett coming up, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think our goal was to make sure that we consider everyone's perspectives. And, as you stated, we even started from asking stakeholders for their input. And so I think this really reflects the PRC and even stakeholders as a whole. It's a collective effort to what we have in front of us. So thank you to all who participated.
I very much valued the discussion that took place as we were developing this strategic plan on the mission, the values, the specific objectives. I think it really brought the agency together for this discussion, and I think that alone was very valuable. I also think the operationalizing our values and mission into specific goals is a very strong aspect of the strategic plan, and I think working on those goals will serve us well. I don't think they're necessarily the only things that we should work on. I think other things will come up that we realize we should also do, but they do provide direction and a plan that I think is very beneficial, and I appreciate Ms. Curry's efforts and Mr. Bennett's efforts here, and everyone who participated in the process.
Yeah, I guess just to pile on some more on the compliment parade, but yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner Ellison. What we're doing changes every day, right? We even talked about that earlier in this meeting. We don't know what applications are coming through the door, so we've got to be flexible there. What I really like about this is it helps a lot with the why are we doing and the standards that we want to live up to when we're doing it. So to me, that's, we're at a moment where the commission changed significantly by constitutional amendment, and so it was a great time to do this. And I appreciate, again, leadership that pulled this together. So anyway, I'm ready to move to adopt the proposed mission, vision, values, and objectives.
My second.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
Then, I mean, we all hit the compliment parade. Was there anything else you want to say before we close this item out?
No, I want to pile on the compliment parade too. I think that the staff of the PRC did exceptional work here, not just working together and their teamwork, but also with the careful consideration that they really put in. When we asked them to think about things, they really spent time thinking about those things and giving us useful, constructive feedback. And so I hope it's a sign of things to come, how we can all work together and hear each other's ideas and build something great. Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Okay, now we've got another delightful item on the agenda. Discussion of the PRC's fiscal year 23 audit. And we have Miranda Mascarenas to lead us through that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. It's my pleasure today to present to you the fiscal year 2023 audit report for the Public Regulation Commission. The fiscal year 2023 report or audit was completed by Patillo, Brown & Hill, an independent public accounting firm. This was the first year they conducted an audit of the Public Regulation Commission due to the requirements of the auditor rotation with the Office of the State Auditor. Before I go over the results of the report, I would briefly like to go over the auditor's responsibility and the nature of the audit. An auditor is responsible to plan and perform an audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and to obtain reasonable rather than absolute assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement. An auditor cannot provide absolute assurance as they don't test 100% of our transactions. They do it on a sample basis and based on materiality. The audit of the financial statements also included the consideration of internal controls over financial reporting. And I might add, just to clarify, the audit period was from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. For fiscal year 2023, our auditors expressed an unmodified or a clean opinion over our audit, which is the highest level of assurance an auditor can give, indicating that the auditors believe the Public Regulation Commission's financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Based on the auditor's test work performed over our financial statements and federal awards, the auditors noted 0 audit findings. This is the first time in over 2 decades that the Public Regulation Commission received a financial statement audit with 0 findings. I personally would like to thank the ASD staff, specifically the Budget and Finance Bureau, Lori Narvaez, our Budget and Finance Manager, Jose Montano, our Finance Coordinator, Sammy Quintana, our Purchasing Agent, Jordan Narvaez, our Business Operations Specialist and Fleet Coordinator, and Janine Zertucci, our Financial Specialist. This team has gone above and beyond to ensure that internal controls are implemented and followed within the Public Regulation Commission over the past couple of years. You all should have received a copy of the report in your packets, and I will spare you some time, and unless you are unable to sleep tonight, then please go ahead and read this. But I will point out a few highlights in fiscal year 2023. In fiscal year 2023, there was one new accounting pronouncement, that was Gatsby 96. Essentially, this pronouncement required us to capitalize certain hardware and software agreements and certain subscriptions. Based on my assessment and the capitalization threshold issued by the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, in concurrence with our auditors, it was concluded that we had one subscription that was required to be capitalized and amortized, and that was our e-docketing system. So you will see a subscription of use asset included on the government-wide financial statements that was capitalized and will be amortized through fiscal year 2026, which is the life of the agreement, or unless the agreement is terminated earlier. Next, I would like to point out to the Commission that in fiscal year 2023, we did revert approximately $167,000 back to the State General Fund. This is a significant decrease from fiscal year 2022. However, as you know, we are monitoring the budget closely, and we are working to ensure that any reversions in fiscal year 24 are minimal, if any at all. Lastly, I'd like to point out, we did have one new fund included in the fiscal year 2023 report, and that was our community solar fund. And that fund was created to collect the application fees for the Community Solar Act. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for any questions.
Great, thank you. Just share that I, as chair, got to be part of the process, so met with the auditor before they began, and then met with the auditor after they received the findings. And so, yeah, it was interesting. Not just are we in a new era as a commission, as we just discussed, just good auditing practices. We got a new auditor this year, and so it felt like they were refreshed by how well our agency is doing at managing the money, and that reflects through in the audit findings. So just wanted to share for everybody what I saw personally in those meetings, and then extend my gratitude to you and thank you for reading out the list of names on your team. I think they all deserve credit, and then would extend that to everybody, right? It's not just your team that is day-to-day managing this stuff, but everybody's got to help to make sure that your team can succeed. So kudos to the whole agency, and thank you to everyone who contributed to this result. So do you have any questions or comments?
I would second that. Congratulations to you and your team, Ms. Mascarenhas, for an excellent job. And the audit is a reflection of the fact that you and your team are doing a great job, and of course everyone in the PRC is assisting in doing that. So thanks again for your work.
I'll just pile on to that. Congratulations and thank you to you and your team. You know, it's a critical service for this agency, which is not usually visible in these meetings, and you know, to everybody, but very important. You guys are doing a great job, so really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. And you can go take Employee of the Month away from Robert.
Excellent.
Didn't last long, Robert. No. Yeah. Okay, next we have an item that we separately requested, but it involves thinking through what the same people have to do in two different topics. So that's why I asked Chief Staff Corey and Office General Counsel Scott to tag team on this. And so what we're doing is talking about both our rulemaking docket and end of year case planning, and that really spills into beginning of next year case planning also. I just thought it would be helpful if we could look at that as a group, just because, like I say, you've got members of OGC assigned to both rulemakings and cases. So anyway, appreciate that. And then having led into that introduction, I don't know how you're going to format this discussion, so please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I provided a spreadsheet in Board Effect. I'm not quite sure if it made it into the books though. And it's not nearly as nice as the one Ms. Corey put together, so I'm kind of glad it's not there, because otherwise it would pale by comparison. I see the color coding from over here. At any rate, that spreadsheet was designed to give the commissioners a snapshot of the upcoming meetings and what needs to be accomplished in those upcoming meetings. And part of the impetus for this is I believe the chair and probably the rest of the commissioners desire to avoid having a meeting on December 28th, which would probably is being met with great applause out in YouTube and Zoom land right now. But in order to do that, certain things are going to need to be taken care of. So on the spreadsheet, today's meeting obviously doesn't have everything we just talked about today. And I think the spreadsheet is going to be taken care of. So the on the spreadsheet, today's meeting obviously doesn't have everything we just talked about today. And today's meeting obviously doesn't have everything we just talked about today. And today's meeting obviously doesn't have everything we just talked about today. there will be other things on these agenda going forward, but I just kind of tried to pick out with the assistance of OGC and the hearing examiners, what's coming up, what needs to happen, what deadlines are looming. And that's in the docket that you have in front of you. And I know there was one question from a commissioner about there's some annual business that the commission needs to attend to at the beginning of the year. There's a Open Meetings Act resolution, a code of conduct, the election of the chair. And then we've also discussed having some kind of a commission hearing standards resolution. And the question was, do those all need to be done at that first meeting in January? Because the commissioners want to have as much time as possible to consider those things. And none of those things by statute or regulation has to be done at that very first meeting. The OMA resolution and the chair election have to be done annually. But there's no date requirement in the statutes or in regulation. And our last OMA resolution was done in July. So if we were interpreting annually to mean the year of the time that it had been in effect, we would have until July to do that. The code of conduct needs to be done every 4 years, and the last time it was done was in 2021. So we could wait. I know that that is not the preference of the commission, and I am working on putting together a new one for us. And then the hearing standards that have been discussed, that would be a new item, and that there is no statutory or regulatory requirement for that.
Yeah, thank you. And then on those items, it's going to be kind of I won't know how much time I want to take until I see them. I mean, some of them, like the OMA resolution, we've spent a lot of time on that already this year. And so that's more, let's make sure we, unless something changes, let's make sure that we stay in compliance with the law. So I guess I would say this code of conduct that's every 4 years, 2021, we're still under the existing code of conduct. My interest wasn't that has to be done the first meeting of January. It's just that it's important that we have one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, especially with the discussion we had in this meeting, mission, vision, and values, it'd be great to look at that again, just to make sure we're including in code of conduct the ambition of the mission, vision, and values. So I wouldn't say that personally. That has to happen on that first meeting in January, and I'm expecting I might want to spend more time with that than some of the other things you got on here.
Mm-hmm.
The commission hearing standards resolution is probably worth explaining to folks what that's about. My understanding is the Supreme Court has issued something about standards of conduct or behavior if you're in front of the Supreme Court. Thought it might be valuable to do something like that for our hearings. Is that a fair summary of what that is?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Currently, my understanding is that what guides the behavior of the parties in our hearings is contained in just a few short lines in most of the procedural orders within the hearing. And this would be a much more detailed discussion of what the commission might consider to be proper behavior, decorum in hearings in front of the commission. And it may be based on, I mean, part of the idea came from when the New Mexico Supreme Court just recently issued theirs a month or so ago. It's something we've been talking about for a while.
Okay, great. Yeah, and that's another one that as soon as you can get it to us, the better. If we can hit that first meeting, we will. Mm-hmm. But because that's a new thing, that one might slide. When I'm looking at the list, kind of risky date versus when it's on this list for open meeting versus statutory deadline is the P&M rate case. We're hoping to do that on December 21st. So just highlighting that because that's the one that if we don't hit the 21st, we got a problem. But then the flip side of that coin is the SPS grid mod application. We do have a recommended decision in that and exceptions are coming in. I would probably like to schedule a presentation with a hearing examiner to go over the recommended decision, probably a closed meeting somewhere when we can do it. And then it doesn't have a statutory deadline. However, that case is old. It'd be great to get it, you know, it's slipped because it doesn't have a statutory deadline, I think. But I don't want to take the pressure off that one. So I guess of the two, thank you for presenting this information. I'm just giving you my opinion on your first of the year meeting with the administrative items. And then just highlighting the two cases where we got to hit the 21st really with the P&M rate case for this plan to work. And then I'm going to be pushing as hard as I can to get the SPS grid mod done as soon as possible. So that's one commissioner's opinion.
I guess I'm just looking now at this schedule, Mr. Cameron, that you posted on Board Effect. You know, I guess I'm not excited about having the SPS grid mod case on the 11th of January. I guess it depends on, you know, when we've decided the P&M rate case, but it doesn't give us a ton of time after deciding the P&M rate case. I would think a little later, at least. I also am aware that it's been a long time in the making and don't want to unnecessarily delay it, but I don't want us to unnecessarily rush it either. So I would rather see it a little later than the 11th. And the rate case, I think that's a good goal to decide on the 21st. I still think, you know, we need to talk it over with our hearing examiners and really figure that one out. You know, just personally, I'm planning on taking a few vacation days at the last week of December because I wanted to pick a time during the holiday season at some point. And if we don't decide by the 21st, of course, that really puts us into the first week of January for that case. But I did have a question for Ms. Khoury. The rulemakings here that are color coded, these reflect an assessment of the degree of complexity of those cases. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that's correct, except for the pink. And actually, I was going to share my screen. I was going to talk just a little bit about that since Mr. Cameron was talking about the cases. I thought it would benefit you all to hear from him first. And if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, may I go ahead and present on this?
I was hoping that we'd merge these cases. Well, thank you, Commissioner Ellison.
Okay. There we go. So just a reminder to your question, Commissioner Ellison, the color, the red, orange, and down here green, those are a reflection of what kind of complexity and how many resources we think it's likely to take to see these rulemakings through. The pink I added after our last discussion because what I really wanted to do was make them clear that these were newly added since we started this discussion this past summer. So I have not yet coded them for resource intensity. I have instead coded them so they caught your eye and you could see at a glance that they were new. The next important dates, everything, this is a living document, so the attorneys and anybody who's working on these issues have access to it to keep it updated. This was, I think, the one that I'm displaying may have been updated as much as this morning, so maybe the one you have is just the version later, but I don't think there was significant changes. The one that I wanted to highlight based on conversations that we've had, to consider before the end of the year is the community solar rulemaking. I've been referring to it in various ways, including lessons learned docket and to solicit input. I continue to receive interest on that. And while the rulemaking and that inquiry is required via rule to begin in April, I do think it's worthwhile to have a docket open so that people who are very interested in this issue, and there's a lot of them, can help us refine the things that we wanted to talk about in the April rulemaking. So that's the only one that I'm aware of that maybe is not already on your radar. So I did want to put that on your radar, and I'm happy to answer other questions about it.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out. One thing I was hoping we could do in this meeting is we've got team leads and it looks like a good team is if you've got a commissioner, technical advisor, and somebody from Office of General Counsel. We don't have that for all of these. So the one you just mentioned, community solar, we're lacking. We've got lots of technical folks working on it. We don't have a commissioner, or I'm not seeing an Office of General Counsel person on that. And then because people have interest in it and I'm the one of us that's not focusing on PNM rate case, I'll volunteer to be commissioner lead on that community solar rulemaking. I'll pull the team together and we can put a plan together at a minimum, and that I could report out at a future open meeting. Just so that thing is making progress.
I will add you as we speak.
And Mr. Cameron, I'll ask you at a future date who I should invite to the meeting for that.
You can ask me now, Mr. Chair, if you want.
If you're willing, right?
You can invite Kevin Gedko to this.
Okay. And then the other ones that I do have lead associated with myself on, the ETA greenhouse gas emissions. We've had a workshop. There's been at least one internal discussion on the findings of the workshop. We're leading towards next you see of that in public will probably be a NOPR. So the kind of things that we're considering is just the boundaries of it. The law talks about power that serves retail customers, but retail customers benefit from off-system sales. So that's something we're trying to figure out. The comments about RECs. And then I'm also considering a process where we don't have a lot of participants in this, and it feels like there's a lot of agreement among the participants. So maybe if we do something like a workshop next, it would be to ask the folks who have participated by providing comment at the workshop to get together and see where they agree. And so that would be foundation for NOPR. So that's just kind of where we're at. Haven't moved it forward. I didn't want to schedule a next meeting on that until we had this meeting, just to make sure I was self-contained and wasn't creating work outside of that team or impinging on a case they're working on or another rulemaking. So that was one. The next one is the cybersecurity. Again, we've had a workshop on that. We've had 2 bench requests. It's a pretty dynamic subject. There's been, my technical advisor, McLee, went to a NARUC training in Arizona. There's been a few industry documents produced since then. We've made contact with the state cybersecurity office. So we're making progress on that. I also wouldn't be surprised if next step on that is a NOPR rather than, we might have another workshop. We might have a NOPR. Just haven't made that decision yet. Then this one that says resource adequacy planning, that's got no team on it.
Mr. Chair, I believe that this was one that was identified as when we put the quote unquote wish list together in the spring, that this was just one that was identified that needed to be addressed. So I'm not sure, especially given the other rulemakings or place that we are in various inquiries, that maybe that's ripe yet, or maybe not ripe.
Well, yeah, thank you for reminding me why we're there with no team. I just add to that, that's an ongoing thing right now at SPP. SPP is going through a process where leading up to a humongous meeting this spring of trying to figure out resource adequacy for its system. That's going to affect at least one of our 3 IOUs. So I would say maybe we can let the SPP process run a bit and then take the benefit of that, unless the other commissioners had a more burning need to push that one up the list.
Well, I do think at some point, similar to the more, one-off workshop we did in the spring, where we were really focusing on summer resource adequacy. I can see that it could be helpful to do something like that again, and not just to pick on P&M, but I do think it's important to know the status of the San Juan replacement resources and what that means for summer resource adequacy. So I think that's an important topic, but we obviously don't have to decide everything about it right now.
Okay, so it could be you and I are talking about 2 different things. What I'm hearing is a workshop would be valuable, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I was thinking of, do we want as a commission to create resource adequacy accreditation standards? That's what's going on at SPP. And so I that's where my brain was at when I was saying that, and that's a lot of work, way more than a workshop. So yeah, I agree with you. Maybe let's do a workshop when things are reasonable, but not commit to rulemaking on that topic unless somebody comes and wants to do it.
No, I would agree. I think additional workshop and additional information is needed, but not a rulemaking at this point. I did want to ask about prioritization. I guess we always have the issue that we want to do everything, yet we have limited resources. The order on this list is not reflective of a priority. Is that correct?
Commissioner, the order initially, when I took it from the Excel spreadsheet that was super confusing, that we all agreed we needed to ditch and put it into this, what I tried to do was put the things that were further along, or the rulemakings or the inquiries that were further along at the top, so that it reflected kind of where the work already had started rather than the priorities, which it might be secondary. So if the work has already started, then clearly that's a that's a priority, but they were not ordered in any attempt to guide a priority to this commission.
I do want to give a little information about, the reliability standards. We do have a draft rule and a reporting template. I don't believe we've sent that out yet. So that's, I guess, it would be helpful to see if either of you have comments on that. I had originally thought about having a fourth workshop. However, we had discussed, I had, discussed it with Ms. Amer and Mr. O'Donnell, and thought that if, we get some responses from the draft rulemaking that, seemed like there weren't that many questions about it, then we could forego the final workshop and just jump straight into the NOPR. So that, that's something that I'm very close to getting that out. And on the grid mod workshop on the 28th, utilities did ask for to be able to file responses by mid-December, and then the workshop to be held in January. I felt that it was important to maintain some momentum and relaxed the bench requests so that they could respond by the 22nd, and they could file supplementary responses by the workshop. But I felt it was important to maintain our schedule and maintain our forward momentum on the grid modernization. So we've still got that workshop planned for the 28th.
Yeah, and then just working down the list, I'll volunteer also to work on the non-emergency medical transport case. Oh, yeah, especially since it's closed, so.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought that was. Boom.
Next up, Commissioner Aguilera.
Yeah, that's the one I was gonna volunteer for as well. I'm happy to attach my name to some of these. I've sort of been listening to the discussion, and so might need to jump around a little bit. On the resource adequacy, I agree with workshop style and not a rulemaking necessarily. On the regional markets participation, we discussed that. I can't remember if it was the last meeting or 2 meetings ago, but we plan to have a workshop in mid-January and discuss 2 topics. So, probably 2 workshops. And then I did have a question on the SRUSF. What is this, the broadband docket that we issued in October?
Commissioner, I'm gonna have to check and get back to you.
Okay.
It looks like one that's pretty much done too.
There's a possibility, I can't confirm that row was edited in this latest update.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't know if that was actually a rulemaking or if that was just the broadband. And I can't remember the exact docket number. You know, with respect to that issue, I do think that I don't know that it's necessarily the biggest priority, but that we might want to reconsider some rule updates to the broadband program. And if we did, we would want to we would want to have it completed before the applications are due. And, you know, I think we have a little bit of time to think about whether we want to pursue that. You know, I'm also happy to get started on that and maybe, you know, have something that you can look at and consider. And
Commissioner, I've added it to the list so we can track
Okay.
it.
You know, and again, if, you know, we want to sort of assign a commissioner and advisor and you know, somebody from our advisory team, you know, I think that's a great idea. So but I don't necessarily, aside from the non-emergency medical transportation that I also wanted to volunteer for, I don't have anything.
Yeah, so I think the only one that we had left that didn't really have a full team on it was Rule 1.2.2. And I'll volunteer to take that on. That's a big one. I don't think there's been, other than we've accepted some comments, we haven't done much with that. So I'd like to move that forward again. I think it's important, and I also know you two are busier than me at the moment, so. And then if you don't have a volunteer for technical advisor, Mr. Keyroll just knows he gets to be mine if he doesn't want to. So I would propose for that be O'Connell, Lundeen, Keyroll.
I will update that, Mr. Chair. I'm also going to volunteer myself because that role in particular has impact on agency operations.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
You know, I'd like to make a few more comments. You know, I think moving along and continuing the momentum we have with the reliability standards and the grid mod integrated distribution planning is important, and I'm assuming there's support for continuing that. We're you know, we're pretty close to the NOPR, I feel, for the reliability standards, and you know, we're more in the earlier stages for the grid mod integrated distribution planning. But I, you know, really, I do see that as essential to what we're doing to provide clarity for utilities in terms of, you know, what we're expecting and how we would evaluate future grid mod applications. On the next page with the RPS rider and RPS resources, you know, I see Mr. Lundeen's name. You know, I would be willing to help out on that. You know, I think again we'd need to talk about where we put that in a priority. It's something that we said we would work on back in January, and for obvious reasons, we've had a lot of other things on our plate, but I think we should decide how important that issue is and where it goes in our priorities. I think we have a pretty good background and understanding of it. We just need to really hash it out once more and issue that new NOPR. I think it's good that it's been extensively discussed and debated in the prior commission, and we've got a lot of background material there, so we're not starting from scratch.
Did you have a technical advisor or? Is that
Well,
TBD?
I would propose Miss Amer, if she's willing to work with me and Mr. Lundin on that, but I understand now we should have a little more bandwidth, given that we have many more attorneys in OGC than we did previously. So maybe strictly deciding the priority is not quite as important, but I do think we should have a discussion around what sort of timing we would like to have for that particular RPS rider case.
Yeah, I guess one of the things that's come through to me just listening to the whole discussion is these things are each moving fairly organically. Some of them require more time than others. So just assigning a priority by due date feels a little weird to me. But I agree with you with your assessment of which things have momentum and are important. So I think if we ever do get to a moment where some of our leads on the team are saying, wait a second, we've got a collision coming, let's have that discussion here and decide which one how to resolve that collision.
Okay.
If you're okay with that, that feels right to me, but how do you feel about that, Commissioner?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, great. And then another theme of this meeting, good work means more work, Mr. Cameron. So I think this is great. You've got cases on this list all the way up through July. So when you and I are working on agendas bi-weekly, we'll be looking at this, and then maybe every month or every couple months we can pop out and just give people the look ahead. So it's a tool for management, but I thought this was valuable. So maybe quarterly or something, we bring these two together and do this conversation just to keep in touch with did something that was important fall behind. Okay, so is there any other questions, discussions? Has happiness been achieved? I mean, that was one of the things that came up in our strategic planning, right? Was it? Oh, no, calmness was a value.
One thing, I think Commissioner Ellison may have mentioned this, but just in case, if we for the P&M rate case, we would also have, if we strive to, have it done earlier, we would also have the option, if needed, of 2 additional meetings on the 28th and the 4th, just for that case. So I wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Okay, so next up is communications with Chief of Staff.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I feel like you've probably had more communications with me than you'd like this week, so I don't have anything additional than what we've been talking about.
Well, I just wanted to congratulate you on the CLE event this week. Heard from many sources, even a commissioner at NARUC, what a great thing that is to do. So glad you did it. Glad it came off well. And there's still cookies here if people need them, and that's leftovers from this.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, communications with commissioners. I just had update again, Commissioner Ellison and I were at the winter NARUC meeting, or I think it's winter, this week. Heads up on a couple of things that, the big issue in the Western Conference is New Mexico will be hosting the conference in the spring of 2026. That conference is a big deal. There will be a lot of people coming to New Mexico to attend the conference. Preparation for planning the conference is underway. So far, it's me and Jennifer Baca. We're going to be working with a site selection team later this month. And then I'm going to try to have Jennifer come with us to the meeting this spring in Colorado so she can see what is involved. And then there will be another one in Oregon the following year, and we'll bring a bigger team to that one so that we can do a good job with that. But that's a long way off. But just that was an event this week that I thought would be worth letting you know what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. Another thing that happened at NARUC, there's a group that I don't know what it will end up being, but it was a discussion around a commissioner reliability roundtable. So again, kind of back to this reliability resource adequacy planning. So I got invited to a conversation where people are working on a charter for that. So it could be there will be a group of NARUC, so national commissioners, talking about these resource adequacy. And of course, the big topic is, as Commissioner Ellison noted, winter. So I don't know where that's going to go, but it might just be another resource adequacy thing. And word's gotten out among the commissioners that I used to do IRP, so that's how I'm getting invited to these things. But so anyway, I'll keep you up to date as things progress there. I don't know if it'll rise to the level of Segway, the conversation you were at, Commissioner Ellison. So if you want to continue the what happened at NARUC discussion, take it away.
Great, thank you. I wanted to mention, since we last met, I did finish this Cape Ethics course, as I believe both of you also did, fulfilling requirements for this year. And I know Ms. Guri was disappointed that she'll have to pay our salaries next year because that was a a requirement to take the ethics or not be paid. One question I had again is for this November the 20th public comment hearing on New Mexico Gas LNG storage facility. Who would like the honor of leading that? I'm willing to volunteer, but I don't want to deprive either of you of the pleasure of leading that event. So
yeah, my confusion on that last time was just I kind of feel like that's the only job I have as chair.
Okay.
If you want to, no, I am perfectly happy with having you preside over that event because I already talk more on this job than I'm comfortable doing. So
that's
happy to
either way is fine. I just thought that you run so many meetings that maybe you'd like to have a break.
Yeah,
and I'm willing to do that, but I'm also willing to not do that.
You sold me. But I will be there because I do want to hear the comments. So
right. So I'm going to prepare a short presentation or introductory remarks just to tee up for everyone what it is that the application is for. Just a few comments on that NARUC meeting that Commissioner O'Connell and I both attended. The primary reason I went was for a new task force regarding gas infrastructure, and the meeting contained there was wide representation of different states in that task force. Someone asked how was it decided who got on the task force, and the answer was whoever took the time and the effort to submit an application got on the task force. So it was more of a reflection of who's interested and who's gonna put forth the effort to apply and commit to working on it. So we did get a fairly good representation of states. Some states have incredibly aggressive decarbonization goals, such as Rhode Island, which is zero carbon in the gas distribution infrastructure by 2050, I believe. And so they're really thinking about, what does that even mean, that they either have hydrogen or renewable natural gas or something they can classify as zero carbon to distribute, or else they don't have gas distribution. And on the other end of the spectrum were states like Georgia, where they're experiencing a lot of growth and they're concerned about inadequate capacity from the interstate pipelines to serve their needs. So I do think, and NARUC also has enlisted the efforts of a consultant, the Brattle Group, to work with this task force. And I do predict that there's going to be a real bifurcation of the issues, that some states, I think, like ours, are really going to be interested in issues like financial hedging and options and storage, whereas some other states are going to be looking at some more existential issues around how do they keep investing in the gas network for safety while they anticipate an 80% decline in volumes over the next 20 years, which is a case Colorado is in. I would just quickly mention the head of NERC made one presentation and talked about an incident in West Texas last year where you had about 1,700 megawatts of grid scale solar go offline due to a fault. And then you had another 800 megawatts of conventional generation go offline. So they were very close to shedding load, and the fault event was, I understand, pretty quickly cleared, and it was not something that would have triggered, that much, that kind of a loss of generation event had it all been conventional generation. So that really got people focused on inverter standards for transmission interconnection, which is obviously not something that we directly touch on. That's more of a FERC issue. The interconnection standards for transmission level, but is nevertheless something that we have an interest in, and it just highlighted the importance of having battery storage that is has grid forming inverters so that they can do black starts, and with solar grid scale solar generation, it seems that having that, grid forming inverters are important, but maybe even more important is having this ride through capability so that a small disturbance does not take the grid scale solar offline. Oh, and I forgot, I have one item of show and tell. I have talked before about advanced conductors, and I brought a sample of an advanced conductor back from the conference. And so this is, like a transmission conductor. And what's advanced about it is that instead of having a steel cable, it has a composite core, which is much lighter. And then they've got, instead of a stranded aluminum cable, it's got sort of a more geometrically shaped conductor in it, and it gets about 30% more aluminum for the same diameter, and it turns out to be about the same weight. So it does cost more than a standard conductor, maybe about twice as much, but that's only a small portion of a transmission line's cost. And it allows you to either carry the same current with 30% less loss, or you can carry 30% more current with the same loss. And after the transmission line is built, it could be put in, but then you have to turn it off. And a lot of times you hear, well, we can't turn the transmission line off to reconductor. So it's just something that I think could be considered with transmission line projects.
Well, thank you for that. Are you going to pass it around so people can? Sure. So I only have one item to discuss, which is a follow-up on the DOE funding that I mentioned last week. And so if you recall, there were two topics, one about SEAMS and one about education. And the one about SEAMS, which seemed very worthwhile, is there are different entities that are going to submit a similar proposal, and which I'm happy about, and I hope gets selected. But that also means that we probably shouldn't, or at least PNNL is not as interested in pursuing that one. And so the other thing I wanted to mention is that we do not necessarily have the capability of administering the funds readily right now, though it is a capability that we can build for the future, and Choi and Miranda are looking into that. But because of these two things, I feel less motivated to submit for that funding now, just weighing the benefit of the educational topic that we would undertake, and then on the other hand, the cost that we would sort of incur from having to figure out how to do the funding right now. And so I'm inclined to not submit for that DOE funding. though there are various proposals that are going around. I think, we will be a part of some of them. And so that's great. And I think, the seams is probably a good topic that will be selected for funding, and that will benefit us as well without having to necessarily be the administrators of the fund and kind of the leaders of that project. And so I think to more plainly say what I was trying to explain is I don't think that we should put in for that funding now.
Yeah, I understand that, and it's interesting because we talked about this 2 weeks ago, and then after the meeting, the DOE extended the deadline. I think part of it was because a lot of organizations were in the same organization we were, which was scrambling to try to get it done. It could be they're also hoping for exactly what you described happen, is a lot of these projects I think are getting initiated or running through national labs, and it could be they all kind of sat down and said, well, let's prioritize that. And I'm hoping lots of proposals go in because it's kind of if you think about it, nationwide, a pretty limited basket of money. And when they see the quality of proposals that they don't have the money to fund, they might loosen up some more money. But to your point, though, two that I know of that are likely to go in tomorrow that will benefit from, but don't have the obligation to be fiscal agent for, or even necessarily be directly staffing, but we should benefit from maybe travel stipends, is one for this Western electricity market engagement in the West. There's a proposal that'll go in to help pay for education. So convening as this large stakeholder group that's formed around the idea of creating an independent governance structure that could help with a Western market as the biggest footprint, can hold meetings and people can attend to, can afford to attend them. And then the other one is coming out of SPP, and that is a study on coordinated, reliability informed regional planning for the energy transition. So that's more of a Midwest Eastern thing with SPP and MISO. And it, the example you cited is a good example of where people's thoughts are at, is this clean energy transition, even in states without laws to get carbon reduction, is happening. There's wind and solar coming online because it's cheap. And so then that's causing people to have to think, gee, how is my current planning paradigm working or not working if my resource base is changing? So I don't know, to me, those are just two good examples of what Commissioner Aguilera said. There's a lot of proposals flying around out there. I hope they all get funded. I know they won't. So we'll see if either of those move forward.
Yeah, and I think, for being fiscal agent, my understanding is that we've relied in the past on MNERD or other agencies who do have that capability. We're also interested in building that capability so we could do it as well. We don't want to miss out on opportunities, just because of that. And then I just lost my train of thought. I was going to mention something else. It's probably not important.
Well, I can talk slowly in case you remember. So I think where we're at on the agenda is to the item that we have tabled. So I think I'll just say what I think is true, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we have a motion and a second to go into a closed session to discuss item number 5 on the utility regular actions agenda.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And then discussion on that, I would propose, I don't know how long this discussion is going to take. It is now 1 o'clock. So what I would say is we will at 2 o'clock, we will either come back or we'll post something on the webpage that with an estimate of when we're gonna reconvene. And then if it takes us less than an hour, what that allows us to do is we'll have a little bit of a break after we get done with our discussion, but.
I do want to mention, Mr. Chair, that I believe we have a 2 o'clock obligation to interview someone, so we would need to move that back if it appears that we're not going to be able to make that. It's hard for me to say how long this discussion is going to take. It could be relatively fast, but it's just a constraint to consider.
Yeah, the individual we were gonna interview has pulled out of the process, so. I still think it'd be worth it for us to have the session to talk about what should we do with the interviews we've already had. But it's not critical that we have it for that individual at 2 o'clock. Okay, so that's discussion. Are we ready for a vote?
Can we restate the motion, Mr. Chair? Or I can't say
Commissioner Ellison's motion.
I move that we bring back for reconsideration item number 5, and that we go into closed deliberative session on that issue.
So for the record, that would be meeting being closed for the purpose of 10-15-1H3 deliberations by a public body in connection with administrative adjudicatory proceeding. And that actual proceeding is docket number 22-00309-UT.
Yes.
So Commissioner Ellison, can you restate the motion using that language?
So the motion is to meet in closed executive session pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H3, which exempts from the Open Meeting Act deliberations by a public body in connection with administrative adjudicatory proceeding. And the subject is docket 22-309 UT in the matter of New Mexico Gas Company Incorporated application for the issuance of a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct a liquefied natural gas facility.
Thank you.
I second.
Commissioner O'Connell?
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera?
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison?
Aye.
The motion passes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're gonna go into executive session. Like I say, we'll either be here at 2 or we'll have a notice posted with an estimate of when we'll be back. So thank you all.
Couldn't be back sooner, but hard to say.
You're mixing around. Eat a sandwich.
Right. All right. Right. Yeah, I know.
As long as you're okay.
Yeah. No, sure. I'll talk to you about it later. I think we're, I feel good about it. I just wanted to
Hello, Pat O'Connell calling us back into order on the regular meeting. We were in closed session, and so the first thing to do coming out of a closed session is read the recitation. So I've got recitation describing the closed session, and I'll read it into the minutes of the meeting now. So during regularly scheduled and noticed open meeting today on November 16th, 2023, Commissioner Ellison made a motion which was seconded by Commissioner Aguilera and approved by a vote of 3-0 to meet in executive session, which was closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H3, which exempts from the Open Meetings Act deliberations by a public body in connection with an administrative adjudicatory proceeding. The subject of the closed session was docket number 22-00309 UT in the matter of New Mexico Gas Company's application for the issuance of a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct a liquefied natural gas facility. I affirm for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited only to those specified in the motion to close the meeting. I further affirm that no official or final actions were taken during the closed session. So having read the recitation, we're back in open session. We're on our regular action item, utility matter number 5, which is discussion of a potential order to obtain technical support from Department of Transportation Pipeline and Hazardous Material Safety Administration, PHMSA, in case 22-00309 UT. So now we've conducted all of the preliminaries. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Ellison for how you'd like to proceed with this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I personally believe an independent analysis is warranted. However, I'm not sure this particular order and method for obtaining that analysis has sufficient support. So I will not be moving to consider this order at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any discussion, Commissioner Aguilera?
No discussion on that motion.
Yeah, I have no discussion either. This case is in the hands of the hearing examiner, and so I'm gonna leave it up to him for what happens next. And meanwhile, we still have our scheduled public comment session on December 20th at 3 o'clock at Sandoval County. November 20th. Do you want December 20th too? No. No, you're right. November 20th. Sorry. Next Monday evening. Okay, so that was the last item on our agenda. Is there any objection to adjourning this meeting? Okay, seeing no objection, we are adjourned.